scratch in this field. We'll hopefully get that information to you well before the start of the late pick 6, 5, and 4. But again, right now, number 11 is not scratched, but there will be an additional scratch in the race as a maximum of 10 are allowed to run in the body of the field. So again, as soon as we get that change, we will let you know as soon as possible. Post time for the first race in 30 minutes. Good luck today with your wagers here at Tampa Bay Downs. Attention race fans, we have a jockey change being announced for the first time in today's second race. Turning your programs to race 2. Number 1, Little Temptation, will now be ridden by Pedro Cotto Jr. Pedro Cotto Jr. will ride number 1, Little Temptation. That horse is now 2 pounds overweight.
Well, happy Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday and we're running, but that's because the Sunday cards in late December were pushed back into January, so we're making up for those dates. We're running today. We're also running next Thursday. It's just an 8-race card today, but it's packed with tons of action. We are off the turf, though. Race 1 will still kick off our early pick 5, and it is with a race for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races, other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards. The number 3, Flowers for Me, in for Bennett, getting on our main track for the first time, though she has run on dirt on 3 occasions in her career. She won a restricted main special weight at Saratoga in her second start, and then she switched to grass, picked up a stakes placing in the Salima going 8.5 furlongs. The only other dirt start she had, she was beaten 20 lengths, but it wasn't necessarily the surface so much as she was coming in off an extremely long layoff spanning from November of 23 to July of 2025. Since then, it looks like she's found her footing again. It's been on turf, and she's been game, even if not on the board against Stakes Company. She also finished the better of the morning line favorite in here when they met up at Laurel. That is the 5, Pure Beauty. More on her in a moment. I think Flowers for Me, coming off 2 strong performances that show dimension, one off the pace, another on it. Getting on the dirt here at the mile 40 distance, she could prove good enough over her main track that is kind of turfy types to get the win. The 5, Pure Beauty, is in for Shug, making a first off the left, going back to that 4 3/4 length defeat in October, going a mile on the turf at Laurel in that optional 40 N2X. Again, Flowers for Me was second in there. Now, in Pure Beauty's defense, she was making a first off a left going back to August, and that is when she ran 4th, beating 5 3/4 lengths in an optional 50 N2X at Colonial. Had the lead, just tired after it being contested. She had won an optional 20 N1X prior to that over a pair of next out winners. It's Good to Be Jose put up an 86 buyer figure, scoring next out by 4 1/4 at the level, and the third placed Gold Strategy next prevailed by 10 3/4 lengths in an optional 16 starter 8, put up an 89. The number 6, Princess Brittany, is the likely speed of the race on this stretch out to 2 turns, and she's got one of the best front-end riders aboard in Ferrer, who guided her to a win last out, where she did actually rate early, dueled, and then drew off to a 2.5 length score over an optional 16 N1X field, going 6.5 here. That was a second off the layoff, a first start back on our main track since she nearly wired at the level going today's distance. Just couldn't hold off You Light Up My Life, who has actually run second in 2 optional 32 N2X contests here this meet on that occasion. So I'm going to go 3, 5, 6 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
Horses on to the track post parading for today's first race, an allowance optional claiming event, $32,000 the claiming price for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards over the good main track. Again, today's main track listed is good. No scratches or changes in the field of 6. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3 wagering. We start the early pick 5 here in 5 minutes. 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's first start of the early pick 5 here. Field of 6 at 1 mile and 40 yards over the good main track. Again, off the turf today. All races on the good main course. Here's Wildwood By coming up 10-1. Your 8-5 favorite, number 6, Princess Brittany. 2-1 on the 3, Flowers for Me. 7-2 on the 5, Pure Beauty. And 4-1, Junta, the 4. Here's Commissioner Gulch coming up. Longest shot in the field at 17-1. Flowers for Me is going to be next. Here's Junta, Sonny Leone for Anthony Granitz. Pure Beauty's gone in. Princess Brittany to the outside. Jose Ferrer will be all set for a start. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Princess Brittany out wide, got away in good order. Junta is flashing some early foot. Flowers for Me coming through to challenge as well. Those 3 are the quickest as they run to that first turn. Wildwood By stays toward the inside with Commissioner Gulch and Pure Beauty, but they're well packed up top as they run past the 7/8 pole. Princess Brittany on the outside trying to clear in front of traffic. Princess Brittany now a length and a half in front. Of Flowers for Me, Junta's going to sit back in third. Pure Beauty relegated 3 deep in that 4th position. It's 2.5 more, then back to Wildwood By. The early trailer, Commissioner Gulch, as they start that backstretch run. 23.39 seconds. The opening quarter mile bet down to odds on. It's Princess Brittany in front, a length and a tail. The Flowers for Me in second, Pure Beauty third, Junta back fourth. Toward the inside, about 3.5 off the top. It's another 3.5 then, back to Wildwood By and Commissioner Gulch. Those 2 are in the trailing positions. 4 furlongs from the money as they run up the backstretch into that breeze. 47.10 seconds, the opening half-mile time, carved out by the favorite Princess Brittany, who goes toward the far turn. Princess Brittany a length and a tail in front. Trying to get closer. Flowers for Me now within 3/4 of a length. It's 2 more, then back to Junta in third. Pure Beauty is fourth, trying to get a move on Wildwood By and Commissioner Gulch from the back. Around that far turn, and Flowers for Me coming right up alongside of Princess Brittany and right on by. Flowers for Me suddenly 2 in front. Princess Brittany had no response. 2.5 more back to Junta in the third position. Then comes Pure Beauty. A final furlong left to go. Flowers for Me and Daniel Centeno opening up here. 3.5 lengths to the good of Princess Brittany. Pure Beauty up the inside. Wildwood By down the center. Those 2 up third and fourth. But inside the final 16th, it's all Flowers for Me. Flowers for Me floated up to 7-2 and scores a victory, geared down by about 4.5 in the end. Princess Brittany held on for second over Pure Beauty third. Fourth was Wildwood By. 3, 6, 5, 1, and 4. 3, 6, 5, 1, and 4, the unofficial order. 141.92 seconds, the final time. Results are official. $9.20 on the win. Flowers for me, a third career victory from 13 career starts. For this 5-year-old chestnut mare by West Coast out of I Do Declare, was bred in Kentucky by Whitehall Lane Farm. Ad Hoc Stable Incorporated, the winning owners. Gerald Bennett, the winning trainer. Jockey Daniel Centeno aboard for the winning ride. As Flowers for me, victorious here in the opener. Results are official. The exact to $12.40, trifecta $15.50, the dime super $16.97. Today's second race is 23 minutes away. We're at 7 furlongs. Start of the early pick 4, race 2. Jockey change on the 1 Little Temptation. Make the runner Pedro Cotto Jr. That horse is plus 2 pounds. Number 3 is plus 2. Scratch 6 and 10. 6 and 10 are scratched. Field of 8 remain in. Post time for the second coming up in 23 minutes.
Race 2 is going to kick off the early pick 4 with an 8-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 3 races. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The 4, Padrino's Gold. She has finished in the money in all 3 starts she's had here. 2 of those runner-up finishes at the level. She did get beat by 3 last out, but she broke to the left into another horse, knocked herself a bit off stride that afternoon. So I thought the ultimate rally was impressive. Prior to starts, she was drawn wide. She now has a good draw while stretching to 7 furlongs again. And I know she was third, beaten 7 in her last try at the distance, but again, had a wide draw. The 8, Mishka, she's cutting back to 1 turn while also getting blinkers for the first time. Her 2 main track starts here have been at 8.5 furlongs, and those 2 races were the only when dropped in for solo. So I think she could be sharper here to get a piece. And the 9, Unicycle, she has some speed. She's drawn wide, cuts back from 8.5 to this sprint. So I do think that she can get hustled out of there and still have gas in the tank to finish, to get on the board. That last start was on a 9-day turnaround, and she had a less than ideal start from the gate in that January 14th race. And then prior to that, she actually wired an 8 and 2L field going 7 furlongs from a wide draw. So I'm going to go 4, 8, 9 in race 2, which again kicks off the early pick 4.
Onto the track for today's second race, start of the early pick 4. An $8,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch 6 and 10. 6 and 10 are scratch. Number 1, a jockey change to Pedro Cotto Jr. That horse is now plus 2 pounds. Number 3 is plus 2 as well. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, super high 5. And we start the early pick 4. Post time for the second in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second, the early pick 4. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second race. Start of the early pick 4. Field of 8 here at 7 furlongs. Your post time favored right now 2-1 on the, or 8-5 rather, on the 4. Padrinos Gold 2-1 on the outside. Unicycle, your second choice. Here's Heaven's Express moving up. Ms. and Millions to gate 2. David Delgado for Ty Garrett. Bolt of Paradise coming up. Sunny Leone for Kate Damasi. Here's Mishka along with Special Affair. Padrinos Gold and Unicycle going to be the last two. We'll be all set for a start. Today's early pick 4. Unicycle going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Special Affair, the blue colors toward the inside away well. Unicycle from out wide, also away cleanly as Bolt of Paradise in between them away in the third spot. It is going to be Unicycle from that outside draw, now a length in front. Special Affair out wide, Bolt of Paradise coming through. Little Temptation down toward the fence in the red cap. Padrinos Gold's in behind in the white and blue colors, racing fifth, but only 2 lengths separate the top 5. Then comes Ms. and Millions and Mishka. It's another 4, then back to Heaven's Express, who is the early trailers. Unicycle and Sarah Hess on the engine here. 3/4 of a length in front of Little Temptation, Special Affair. Padrinos Gold 3 deep, 4 deep here for Bolt of Paradise. Padrinos Gold going up after this leader here as the favorites now 1-2 after a 24-second opening quarter mile. That's into the breeze as they go to the far turn. The leader, Unicycle, lets it back out a notch. Padrinos Gold, the bid was short-lived, is now 2.5 lengths back with Little Temptation. Bolt of Paradise is 4th up on the outside. Then comes Special Affair, trying to wind it up from the back is Heaven's Express. 47.88 seconds for Unicycle, who tried to make a break for it there, has to come to the quarter pole with a 3-length advantage. Up on the outside, Bolt of Paradise rallying to the fence is Padrinos Gold. They're chasing second and third. Special Affair swings to the far outside. Final furlong left to go. Unicycle still there. The lead still about 2.5 lengths. Bolt of Paradise down the outside. Special Affair still battling on Padrinos Gold at the 16th pole. It's Unicycle. Unicycle still there. The lead 3.5 lengths. Big scramble for second. It might go to Heaven's Express, but Unicycle gets the win. Heaven's Express did get up for second. Then came Bolt of Paradise. A photo for 4th between Special Affair and Padrinos Gold. 9573, 9573, the unofficial order posted. $460 on the win for Unicycle. Bet down to favoritism here. Unicycle to the winner's circle. 4-year-old dark Bayer Brown filly by Unified out of Kiewat and Ice. Was bred in Kentucky by Tuscany Bloodstock. Mario Lopez, the winning owner and trainer. Sarah Hess aboard for the gate to wire score as Unicycle victorious in today's second race is your favorite to start the early pick 4. Exacta $11.30. Trifecta $45.10. The Dime Super $43.97. Daily Double 1880. The Super High Five, nobody had it, so we'll carry over to the third race, $1,599. Race 3 starts the Ultimate 6. Post time is coming up in 22 minutes at 1:35 p.m. Jockey overweights in this field of 8. Number 3 is +2. Number 5 is +2. Number 6 is +2. Number 7 is +1. Race 3, start of the Ultimate 6, coming up in 22 minutes.
Race 3 is going to kick off today's Ultimate Six, and it's with a 25 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Troops, in for Vincent, won a 16 N2L here in a first off the layoff that was under Morales, who has stayed loyal as he was bumped up, skipping the N3L condition altogether and put in an optional 16 N1X. And while he did finish 5th, there was ground loss over the course of the race, which was run in the rain, and he was ultimately beaten only 2.5 lengths. Both those starts just at 6 furlongs. I like the stretch out to 7 here as he now steps back into the win-restricted ranks. The 5, King Gerald, in here for Kathleen O'Connell, won the debut last March, and then you have that Dwelt start that obviously doesn't count for anything, was on the bench from April until January 3rd of this year, and he was drawn wide in that optional 16 N1X. Hard spot to come back between, level, big field, draw, not a sharp start, the rain. So think stepping back into, again, win-restricted ranks, and now with a race under the girth, he can fare much better. Gets Diaz aboard. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 8, Cyber Beast, in here for 1, Ariagata. He crushed a main 10 field here on New Year's Eve by 18.25 lengths in a first start for the barn, and that encouraged Connections to go right into the optional 16 N1 ranks, stretched to 2 turns. But while he did get the lead after starting from the outside, he did eventually fold. Cut back to 7 and back in, again, restricted win ranks. He can fare better, though he's still level jumping because he would be eligible for N2L. So I'm going to go 158 in race 3, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's third race. Started the Ultimate Six. There's 11,601 in the jackpot carryover. It's a $25,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs on the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes here in today's third. Jockey overweights number 3 is +2, number 5 is +2, number 6 +2, and number 7 +1 pound. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover, $1,599, so we start the Ultimate Six in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race. Started the Ultimate Six in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Field of 8 at 7 furlongs. Your 3-1 slight favorite, number 2, Sebastian the First. 7-2 on numbers 5 and 8. 9-2 on the 4. So favoritism still in question here for today's third. As Troops, the first to move in. King Gerald coming up. Here's Sebastian the First. 12 Treasures, Ronaldo Rodriguez to gate 6, right now at 13-1. Here's Metaphor coming up. The final two are going to be Develop Product and Cyber Beast, and we'll be all set for a start. Today's third, the Ultimate 6 on a Thursday card here. Don't forget racing this Thursday, today, and next Thursday as well. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Metaphor toward the inside. King Gerald was out best, though, and King Gerald up to grab the lead. Cyber Beast out wide. Then comes 12 Treasures. Metaphor, they're back third and fourth. So they come out of the chute and onto the main course. Develop Product is away in fifth. Then comes Sebastian the First, sixth back toward the inside. Another length back to R&R Audible, the early treaders. Troops as they stack up on the front end now. Down on the inside, King Gerald. Cyber Beast between horses and 12 Treasures joining them out wide. Those three as they go with 4.5 furlongs remaining. 22.75 seconds was the opening quarter mile. As they run past the half-mile pole. It's a break of 4.5 or 5 back to Develop Product. Troops is advanced, is up toward the inside now to take over for fourth. Sebastian the First also trying to get underway. It's two more back to R&R Audible. Metaphor is the trailer. Around the far turn, the leader is King Gerald, but up on the outside here comes 12 Treasures with a big sweep. 12 Treasures coming after them here past the 5/16s, and it's 12 Treasures who grabs the lead. Down to the inside, King Gerald dropping out quickly there with Cyber Beast being passed by Sebastian the First, and down along the inside, Develop Product. 12 Treasures, Ronaldo Rodriguez, they bring him into the stretch. 2.5, 3 in front of King Gerald, Sebastian the First, and down to the inside, Develop Product, but 12 Treasures by the eighth pole, well in command. 12 Treasures, still that 4.5 length lead. King Gerald, Sebastian the First, R&R Audibles getting going late, but 12 Treasures at 5-1 to win here in today's third. Won it by 6 in the end. King Gerald was second, Sebastian the First third, and fourth Develop Product. 6, 5, 2, 4, and 7. 12 treasures. 123.80 the final time. 5-1 winner. 1260 on the win for 12 treasures. Twelve treasures to the winner's circle. 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Candy Ryan out of Valencia was bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Paula Capestro, the winning owner. Ronaldo Richards, the winning trainer. Ronaldo Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride as 12 treasures bet down late to 1260. Winner of today's third race. The exact at 51.20, trifecta 87.70, the dime super $81.35. Daily double 27.40, the pick three $64.05, the high five $3,970.60. Today's fourth race is coming up next. We'll start the late pick 5 here. We're off the turf, so this race on 1.40 on the main track. Scratch 1, 9, 12, 13, and 14. 1, 9, 12, 13, 14 are scratched. The 11 does draw in and will run. So we will have a field of 9 set to go. Start the late pick 5 in 22 minutes.
Race 4 is going to kick off today's late pick 5, and it's with a main 16 for fillies and mares 4 years old and up. It was originally going to be contested on the turf. We're now on the main track going a mile 40. The number 8 is in for motion, and she's not just dropping into the claiming ranks for the first time out of Maine Special Weight Company, but all the way in for 16. She's run 5 times. She's been competitive against the field she's been in with. Actually ran 2 game seconds in the first 2 starts she had. Lost by a nose going a mile in start 2 at Colonial, and the beaten margin while 4th in the next 2 races, just a length and a quarter each time. And then last out at Del Mar, yeah, she was in a short 5-horse field, finished 5th, beaten 8.5 lengths. Obviously, though, it still does make you question why they don't give her another chance, especially when you factor in that last race, it produced 3 next out winners, and another horse to run back ran second in their subsequent race. The winner of the race actually put up an 84 Beyer figure scoring next out. But that stated, even if they don't have enough confidence in her to run her against a more difficult field, she should, and the emphasis is on the word should, justify the morning line favoritism on this drop in for 16. And even with the surface switch, I don't think they'd run her at all if they didn't think that she could win. But yeah, as for that surface switch, she's got plenty of dirt pedigree. You can see that right on the surface, but also take in mind her mom was a multiple stakes winner with victories, including our sophomore fillies. The number 11 is Yummy Yummy Bella, and she is dropping in for 16 after 2 tries on the turf here against Maine 25 Company. Last time she raced on the dirt, she got the show dough in an off-the-turf Maine special weight run over good going at a mile 16th. That was at Horseshoe. She started from the rail, was further back than normal, and she'd gotten the lead the start prior from that post in a Maine 32 that had come off. Also finished 3rd that day after dueling up front. So I do think she could be tough here if she gets away sharply this afternoon. And I'll complete the top 3 with the number 10, that is Dear Scarlet, in here for Ian Wilkes. All of her turf starts have been against Maine Special Weight Company. She only dropped in for a claim last out, and she was well beaten in that Maiden 12-5 at Gulfstream, but she had the rail. It was on the synthetic. There were also traffic issues. Stretched out on this drop in for 16 appeals. Yeah, she's tried a mile before and eased, but she was double-digit lengths back off of 45 2/2, so I'm not faulting her. All other starts have been at 5 or 5.5 furlongs, but she's by Mendelssohn and out of a Curlin mare. So I think more ground makes a lot of sense. And with that pedigree, the surface switch shouldn't be that big of an issue. I'm going to go 8, 11, 10 in race 4, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
Onto the track, post sprinting for today's fourth race. Started a late pick 5. Race 4 off the turf on the main track at 1.40 miles, a $16,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Scratch 1, 9, 12, 13, and 14. 1, 9, 12, 13, and 14 are scratched. The 11 does draw in and will run. So we'll have a field of 9 set to go here. Race 4 offers daily double exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5, and we start the late pick 5, post time in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race field, just 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fourth race, starting late pick 5. Field of 9 here at the mile and 40-yard distance. Again, we're off the turf today. This race off the turf at a mile and 40 on the main track. Here's Deb Seabreeze, the first to move in. Your 1-5 favorite, number 8, Magica. Charlie Marquez for Graham Motion. Second choice at 5-1, number 3, Promaya. Here's Curlina Star coming up. Gamby to gate 7. Magica coming up. The big favorite to gate 8 goes in. Here's Devil's Golden Fiddle. Final 2, Dear Scarlet, Yummy Yummy Bella will be all set for a start here in today's fourth, late pick 5 time. Sarah Hess, Yummy Yummy Bella to the outside, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Deb Seabreeze from the inside was away well. Devil's Golden Fiddle between horses. Stormy Monday is away in the third spot. It is Deb Seabreeze and Marcos Meneses who win the race to the first turn. Devil's Golden Fiddle away second. Up from the outside then comes Stormy Monday. Promaya's down to that one's inside. It's a length and a half more back to Curlina Star. Out wide, Yummy Yummy Bella advances. A length and a half more to Gamby, who's third last. The two at the back early on is Dear Scarlet, and the early trailer is the big favorite, Magica, who's ninth and last and about 11 off the lead as they work toward the back stretch. 23.77 seconds was the opening quarter mile for Deb Seabreeze, who leads it by a half a length to Devil's Golden Fiddle. Just in behind them, Promaya, Stormy Monday, they're together third and fourth. Another length and a half back to another pair. Curlina Star on the inside of Yummy Yummy Bella. It's a length and a half more then back to Gamby. And Dear Scarlet, they race as a team. Magica continues to trail. So they're a half mile from the money. The opening half carved out in 48.51 seconds. Deb Seabreeze to the far turn with pressure from Devil's Golden Fiddle. And behind them, Stormy Monday. Promaya stays to the inside from fourth. Magica is starting to get going now. Magica, who was last, is up to sixth now. Getting ready to move by Curlina Star to the outside. Magica shifts to the outside as Deb Seabreeze, Promaya trying to come up between horses. Stormy Monday's after that. 2.5 more to Curlina Star. Magica still with some work to do is back fifth on the outside rather as they come to the top of the lane. Promaya between horses. Stormy Monday on the outside. Dropping back is Deb Seabreeze. Down the outside, Curlina Star. Magica still has 6 or 7 to find. Doesn't look like it's going to happen today for the big favorite as they come to the 16th pole. It's Promaya. Promaya in front by 3.5 lengths. Curlina Star up to second. Stormy Monday third. Promaya going to go on to win it here for Jesus Castanon and Maria Bowersock. They won it by almost 3 in the end. Curlina Star was second. Third went to Stormy Monday. Fourth, Magica. And fifth, Deb Seabreeze. 3, 4, 6, 8, and 2. Promaya to the winner's circle. She's a 5-year-old Greer Roan mare by Sky Mesa out of Queen of the Empire. Was bred in Ontario by Gerald Babchison. Gail Rose and Earl Rose, the winning owners. Maria Bowersock, the winning trainer. Jesus Castanon aboard for the winning ride as your second choice. 3-1 winner here. Promaya, $8.20 for the win. The exact to $22.50. Trifecta $147.05. Dime Super $83.71. Daily Double $45.70. The pick three $50.75. Nobody had the super high five, so we'll carry over $1,339 into the upcoming fifth race. Race 5 in 22 minutes starts the late pick 4. Mile and 40 yards on the main track. Number 6 Chaquereras plus 2 pounds. Post time for the fifth late pick 4 is in 22 minutes. Did have a claim there in the fourth race. Number 8 Magica in a four-way shake goes to owner Danny Stafford, trainer Jan Arnett. Jan Arnett is the new trainer of the number 8 Magica, claimed out of the fourth.
Race 5 is going to kick off today's late pick 4 with a 10 claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up. It is set at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 3, Mi Amore, in for Garcia, making a second start off the layoff and a second main track spin as well. In the first, yeah, she was a well-beaten 5th. However, she had run since September. That was an optional 12 starter 8. It was just 7 furlongs, and oh yeah, she reared up in the gate, giving the field a big head start. So there was that little issue. Now she's got recency. She's dropped back into the 10 claimer ranks and is going 2 turns, which is what I think she prefers. The 4 is Callie Sue. She's also dropping in from the optional ranks. Her first start here this meet, she was overmatched. That was an optional 32 and 2X, and then again in an optional 12 starter 8. The former was at 7 furlongs, and then last out at the mile 40 distance, and in both, she started from the rail. She's getting off the inside this time while dropping in for 10, so I think she's going to be much happier. Her last race here, last meet, that was a 5-length score in for 10 going to mile 40, so of course she looks game here. Going to complete the top 3, the number 2, that is Sing Scat. She won her last 2 starts here this meet, including at this level, last out at the distance. Sat off the pace that day before kicking on around the half and then drawing away to a 2-length score under Maldonado. Of the 3 to run back on dirt, there was a winner and 2 runner-up performances. That next out winner was Tortuga Island, who had finished second to Sing Scat. Next earned a 64 buyer, taking an optional 16 N1X by 3 1/4 lengths. So I'm going to go 3-4-2 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
On to the track, post breeding for today's fifth race. Starting late pick four. $10,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards. Field of 8 set to go here. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 6 is plus £2, plus 2 on the 6. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,339. Start at pick 3. We start the late pick 4. Post time coming up in 5 minutes. Two minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's fifth race field. The late pick 4 starts in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's fifth race, $10,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 1.40 miles on this good main track. Field of 8 set to go here. The favorite 5-2 right now on the number 3. That's Mia More. 3-1 on the 2. Sing Scat. 7-2 on the 6. Jockey, the top 3 in the wagering. Here She Fled the Sea. Too Hot to Stop. They're the first 2. Here's Mia's Angel coming up. Mia More to gate 3. The final pair going to be Callie Sue and Hold Her Close. Will be all set for a start. Today's 5th. Late pick 4 time on a Thursday. Again, a reminder, Thursday racing today and next Thursday. Of course, Saturday coming up, Festival Preview Day, one of our bigger days of the season this Saturday. Field of 8 in the gate. And the race is on. Mia More broke in all sorts of a tangle, came away last. Mia's Angel showing good early foot. Too Hot to Stop is right there. Chacarerian a bit tight in between them as Mia's Angel tries to cross over going into that first turn. Mia's Angel just in front. Holding that rail position, though, is Too Hot to Stop, and these two going to square off in the early going. Chacarera now guides to the 3 path from third. Down along the fence, then comes Sing Scat out in the 4th position. It's a length and a half more back to Callie Sue. Hold Her Close. Mia More, after that bad beginning, is making up ground, but is doing it so 4 or 5 paths wide. The early trailer is She Fled the Scene. 24.88 seconds, so it's not the hottest pace to develop up top, as Too Hot to Stop gets some mild pressure now from the outside. Chacarera, the 2 path there is Mia's Angel, and 3 deep is Sing Scat. Those 4 across the course. They're a length and a half in front of Callie Sue. Way out wide, Mia More. Between them, Hold Her Close. She Fled the Scene continues to trail. They have just under a half mile left to go. The leader continues to be Too Hot to Stop, and Wesley Ho, 49.87 seconds, the opening half mile time. And Too Hot to Stop, suddenly a length and a half, almost 2 in front. It's Too Hot to Stop around the far turn with 5/16 to go. Bumps the margin out to 3.5 or 4 now. Too Hot to Stop making a move for it here as they go toward the quarter pole. In front by 4.5 lengths to Mia's Angel. Trying to stoke the fires out wide. Mia More after that tough beginning. Sing Scats between horses. Chacarera and Callie Sue. But Too Hot to Stop into the stretch has opened up 4.5 lengths. A wall of challengers in behind. So they have a final furlong to go. Too Hot to Stop. The lead's 4.5 lengths. Mia's Angel. Callie Sue up the inside and Mia More. But at the 16th pole, Too Hot to Stop. And Wesley Ho, the lead's still 4. The lead is secure. Too Hot to Stop wins it at 9-2. Won it by about 4.5 in the end. Mia's Angel second. Mia More third. Fourth, I believe, was Callie Sue over Chacarera. 5-7-3-4, the unofficial order posted. 5-7-3-4. Fifth, number 6, Chacarera. 143.22 the final time. Too hot to stop to the winner's circle for the 5th time in her career. Results are now official. 5-year-old dark bay brown mare by Malibu Moon out of a Sire of Desire was bred in Kentucky by Happy Alter. Stephen Keplin Jr., the winning owner. Lynn Rarick, the winning trainer. Wesley Ho aboard for the winning ride. Too hot to stop. Victorious here in today's 5th at 9-2. The exacta 5 and 7, $57.50. The trifecta $99.70. The dime super $96.92. Daily double $44.40. The pick 3 $122.60. Pick 4 $353.50. The early pick 5 $1,722.35. Today's 6th race on deck in 22 minutes. Race 6 is off the turf course. At 1:40 on the main track, scratch numbers 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, and 14. Again, the scratches in race 6. 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, and 14. The 11 does run off the also eligible list. Jockey change on the 6 Kid Chaos, make the rider Marcos Meneses. With a field of 6, there'll be no super high 5 wagering in the upcoming 6th race. We'll start the final pick 3 on today's card in 21 minutes. There was a claim in the 5th race. Number 3, Miyamori, goes to owner-trainer Juan Arriagada. Juan Arriagada claims the 3.
Race 6 is a main 16 for 4-year-olds and up. It was originally set at a mile on the turf. We're now going to mile 40 on the main track. The number 4, Nicole's Will, making a start for Bowersock, and this boy is the speed of the speed in here. Good post from which to employ it. So even though he's been running for 16 already, I do think he could take it from the jump under Gallardo. The 5, that is Mr. Fantastico in for Ramon Aguayo. He's been a game racehorse against Maine Special Weight Company on the turf, but he's also run on dirt on 3 occasions when races have come off. Never here at Tampa and never while outside Maine Special Weight Company. Only one of those starts was on fast dirt. That was at Delaware Park back in July, but it was also just a 3-horse field and he finished 3rd, so it's hard to really know what to make of that. I will say the top 2 did win their next starts out of there, and this boy, he's got a flexible pedigree, and he also has a nice work over our main track coming into this. The number 7, So Long, in for Ben Ramos. Tried the dirt last out. It wasn't an off the turf scenario, but a legit main 25 going 6 furlongs on the main. He was 5th, beaten 8 lengths, but he had ground loss and it was just a sprint. I think back out to 2 turns while in for 16, we see him closer to the pace and in better position to make a bid in stretch. Gonna go 4, 5, 7 in race 6.
The horses onto the track, post spreading for today's sixth race, a maiden claiming event, 16,000 the claiming tag. 4-year-olds and up, this race at a mile and 40 yards on the main track. Reminder, we're off the turf today. The main track listed as good. Scratch 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. Scratch 1, 2, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. The 11 does draw in and will run. Jockey change on the 3 Kid Chaos. Make the rider Marcos Meneses. Post time for today's sixth, late pick 3 in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6th race. Start of the final pick 3 on today's card. Field of 6 here at a mile and 40 yards. This race off the turf on the main course. Main track good. Mr. Fantastico moving up. Here's Zhao Long. Zhao Long coming up. Angel Morales on board for Benjamin Ramos. Your even money favorite, Mr. Fantastico, going to be next. Jose Batista for Ramon Davila Aguayo. Final 2 going to be Blue Sky Sill and Silver Punch will be all set for a start. Blue Sky Sill coming up. And Silver Punch, Ubardo Cacique to the outside. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Nicole's Will out quickly. Also right there is Zhao Long and Mr. Fantastico between horses. The favorite might be the quickest. It's Mr. Fantastico up to poke ahead in front. Nicole's Will, though, going to cut the corner as drifting a little bit wide there is Mr. Fantastico into the first turn. Down to the inside, Kid Chaos was out in third. It's a length more back to Zhao Long in that 4th position. Blue Sky Sill, Silver Punch, those 2 at the back, but only 4.5, 5 lengths cover the group. They work through that first turn. Nicole's Will and Antonio Gallardo cut the corner in front. 3/4 of a length to Mr. Fantastico in second. 23.96 seconds for the opening quarter mile. They're a length and a half ahead of Blue Sky Sill, who's put a nose into third. Down on the inside comes Kid Chaos 4th. Then comes Zhao Long. Silver Punch continues to trail out in the center of the course. Still just 5 lengths front to back as they go up the back stretch with just over a half mile to go. The leader is Nicole's Will. Getting closer now, Mr. Fantastico on the outside. Kid Chaos stays glued to the fence, a length and a half off the top 2 as Mr. Fantastico coming up after the lead. 48.25 seconds for the opening half-mile time. Mr. Fantastico a half length in front. Nicole's Will. Kid Chaos is back 3rd. After that, Blue Sky Sill, Zhao Long trying to get going. They're 4th and 5th. And at the back still Silver Punch. Mr. Fantastico, Kid Chaos, Marcos Meneses trying to come through down toward the inside as they come around to the top of the stretch. Mr. Fantastico in front by about a length and a half. On the inside, Kid Chaos. They're 3 or 4 clear now of Blue Sky Sill and Zhao Long. 2-horse race at the 8th pole. Mr. Fantastico holding on to that lead, but it's down to a half length up the inside. Kid Chaos, 16th pole. Kid Chaos trying to come through inside of Mr. Fantastico. Kid Chaos on the inside gets through Mr. Fantastico. Kid Chaos, 6-1 winner. Mr. Fantastico was second. It was a big gap back to Zhao Long and Blue Sky Sill, 3rd and 4th. 3, 5, 7, 9, and 4. 3, 5, 7, 9, 4, the unofficial order. 6 to 1, Kid Chaos, the winner. Kid Chaos returns 1580 for the win. Kid Chaos, the 6th race winner, 5-year-old Big Gelding by Roguish out of Lemon Pie, was bred right here in beautiful Florida by Queen Farm LLC. Peggy Delheim, the winning owner. Moses Yana is the winning trainer. Marcos Meneses aboard for the winning ride. Kid Chaos, your 6th race winner at 6 to 1. The exact 3 and 5, $23.70. Trifecta, $23.90. The Dime Super, $28.99. Daily Double, $53.10. The Pick 3, $148.15. Today's 7th race is 21 minutes out. Race 7. Scratch 7 and 12. 7 and 12 are scratched. Number 11 draws into a run, so we'll have a full field of 10. $5,000 claimers at that mile and 40 distance. Been a popular one today. We'll do that in 21 minutes.
Race 7 is a 5-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have not won a race since August 5th. They're going to go a mile 40 yards on the main track, of course. The draw, not ideal, especially at this distance, but the 11 dropping in substantially in class following a 6th-place finish where he folded off the lead in a 12-5 claimer at Gulfstream Park. Race was run at the 1-turn mile. He wasn't ready when the gates opened, and the ground was also listed as good. He had previously run 7th in 2 starts, but both of those were optionals and both at 7 furlongs. One of those was here at Tampa in an optional 16 N1X. You got Camacho getting back aboard today. And so, yeah, I think this Gallegos trainee could be tough on the drop-in for a conditioned 5. The 4, Le Griffon, is in for Juan Avila. Disappointed last out, finishing 9th, beating 10 3/4 lengths, but he did have the far outside post, which is no bueno at this distance. Meanwhile, Painter's Prodigy got out there, clipped along, did eventually get run down by Midnight Onyx. Both of them won their next starts with figures in the 70s out of there. Le Griffon was actually favored the start prior at the level, but had a bad go into the first turn while making a first off a long layoff. I think this is a good draw this time, and he can get into gear without a ton of ground loss. Another try also for the number 8, Hari. Yeah, he got beat 16 lengths here last out despite the drop-in for a condition 5, but he got bumped aggressively between horses as they were about to head into the first turn. That first start back from the layoff, it was good enough, I thought, where he ran a solid third in an open 62.50. So I do think the class relief matters, and that if you excuse the next start as being in too tough at the 10 level and then the problem into the first turn in the last, he's one that looks to factor for a piece. I mean, in 9 starts over this track, he's run in the money in 7 of 9. Gonna go 11, 4, 8 in race 7.
The horses on to the track postparading for today's seventh race, a $5,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards on the good main track. Scratch 7 and 12. The 11 does run, so we'll have a full field of 10 set to go here. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. They'll be at the post in just 5 minutes, 5 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. Today's seventh race, the late double, is in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's 7th race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th race, $5,000 claiming event. At 1.40 miles here, your post time favorite on the outside, Santos to Wilson, draws in off the AE list. It is 6-5. 2-1 on the 6, Chico Charlie, and out to 8 or 6-1 rather for the number 4, Le Griffon, your third choice. Here's Bold Looker coming up. Le Griffon moving in. Ever Do It. Jesus Castanon for Anthony Granitz. Here's Political Riot, Cox Canyon, and Santos to Wilson will be the final one to join. Ready to start the late double. Sammy Camacho and Santos to Wilson coming up. Santos to Wilson goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Ever Do It broke awkwardly at the start. Came away last. Looked like the rider lost the iron for a second, but he's got it back going in now. As they go to the first turn, between horses, Political Riot flashing some speed down at the inside, in it for the love. 3 deep here for Chico Charlie, Santos to Wilson. 4 wide as they run past the 7/8 pole. That quartet goes 3 lengths ahead of Le Griffon, who's back in 5th. Break of 2 more to Azure Sky. Then comes Hari after that. A 3-length gap back to Cox Canyon, who's racing in 8th. It's 2 more then back to Bold Looker. Never Do It after the bad beginning. Is the early trailer, 10th and last as they work their way on the back stretch. Chico Charlie, Santos to Wilson. So the 2 favorites now emerge 1-2 after that 23.63 second opening quarter mile. Down to their inside, Political Riot makes it 3 in a line. It's another length then, back to In It for the Love. Sarah Hess finds a good spot in 4th. Gap of 5 more then, back to Le Griffon, who's in that 5th position. Another 3.5 back to Hari. Azure Sky is after that. Then a big gap of 4 more back to Cox Canyon, Ever Do It. And Bold Looker is the trailer. This 3-prong battle continues to the far turn. 47.59 seconds, the opening half-mile time. Political Riot, 2 deep Chico Charlie, 3 deep Santos to Wilson, 4 deep In It for the Love. Coming up now to make it 4 in a line. Just in behind them, Le Griffon's trying to rally up from 5th as they wind around to the quarter pole. Out wide, In It for the Love. Just narrowly in front of Santos to Wilson. Here's Le Griffon with that 4 or 5 wide sweep on the outside as they come to the top of the stretch. Le Griffon circling up on the outside to come up and grab the lead. In It for the Love is back to 2nd. Santos to Wilson 3rd. Up the inside, Cox Canyon is putting in a bid from the back, along with Hari and Ever Do It. And a final 16th to go. It's Le Griffon made that big move. Cox Canyon toward the inside, trying to come nail this one on the money, though. Cox Canyon coming through on the inside, and Cox Canyon to win it at 8-1. Le Griffon was 2nd. 3rd went to In It for the Love. 4th, Ever Do It. And 5th, Santos to Wilson. 10-4-1-9. 10-4-1-9. Unofficial order posted. 143.19 the final time. Fifth to the number 11, Santos to Wilson. 10-4, 1, 9, and 11. Results are official. 18-20 on the win for Cox Canyon. Gonna have a nice super high five carry over into the eighth and final. Over $6,400. Today's seventh race goes to Cox Canyon, who rallies up the inside. 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Go Sapper out of Centring was bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. Bryce Bowerman, the winning owner. Peter Waslick Jr., the winning trainer. Cesar Gonzalez aboard for the winning ride. Cox Canyon up the fence to win today's seventh race. The exacta, 10-4, good buddy, $72.50. Trifecta, $1,705.60. The 10-cent super, $3,653.24. The daily double, $113.40. Pick three, $297.85. Nobody had this super high five. $6,460 will be carried over to the eighth and final. We are at 5 furlongs. Scratch 12, 13, 14. The main track only does run, as this race now on the main track at 5 furlongs. Number 1 is +5. Number 10 is +1. Post time for the eighth and final. We'll close out the card in just 23 minutes at 4:10 p.m. Couple of claims in the seventh race. Number 6, Chico Charlie in a five-way shake goes to Ramon Aguayo. Ramon Aguayo claims 6. Number 11, Santos to Wilson in a four-way shake goes to Bianco Stable LLC, Reynaldo Yanez.
Race 8 closes out today's card with the main special weight for 3-year-olds. It was originally set for 5 furlongs on the turf. We're now going 5 furlongs on the main track. The number 5, that is Unwritten Rule, first-time starter by Justify out of a Curlin mare. Might ultimately want more ground, but maybe the class of the genetics wins out here anyway. Proctor has struck in 35% of the starts he's had here this meet, so if he thinks that this horse can go 5 furlongs on debut, he must think he's fast enough. Granny is a daughter of Wildcat Air, that's Coco's Wildcat, and she won her debut on dirt going just 4.5 furlongs, won the 5.5 furlong Cassidy Stakes, and later got the Shodo in the Salima Stakes at 5.5, so we'll see. The number 8, My Boy Star, Son of Bucaro, in for Alejandro Mendieta, had a wide draw on debut going 6 furlongs on the dirt, pressed the pace, which was hot. That half was in 44-3. He still dug in for the Shodo. He was beaten just a length and 3/4 there in the end. Now he's cutting back in distance while having shown speed and a willingness to duel. And the 11 draws in as the main track only entrant. He's also fast, and he's making a second off the layoff after running second, beating a length after being on the lead going 6.5 furlongs here in a main 32. That was also a first start with Lasix. The third place, Giggity, next came back to score main 25, and 2 others to exit the race ran second in their subsequent races. So yeah, of course he looks like a contender. Gonna go 5, 8, 11 in race 8, and I will see you on site tomorrow at Tampa Bay Downs with Matt Carruthers. See you then.
The horse is on the track, post-parading for today's 8th and final, a maiden special weight event at 5 furlongs on the main track. Reminder, we're off the turf today. Field of 11, the main track only, number 11 does draw in. Number 1 is +5, number 10 is +1, scratch 12, 13, and 14. Race 8 offers exact the trifecta, superfecta, and super high five wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $6,460. Post time for the 8th in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, today's 8th race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs for this Thursday. We hope you'll make plans to join us tomorrow when live racing resumes. A Friday of racing set to go just after 12 noon. Of course, big day on Saturday, Festival Preview Day, featuring the Suncoast Stakes and the Sam F. Davis. Some of the top 3-year-old fillies and 3-year-olds around the country are going to be competing here at Tampa Bay Downs on Saturday. The Road to the Kentucky Oaks and Road to the Kentucky Derby comes through Oldsmar. Again, that's coming up on Saturday. Just a reminder, we do have Thursday racing next week as well. That'll be our final Thursday of the season. A couple of these Thursdays making up for some days lost in December, but it's good to have you out for this Thursday. We hope you'll join us next Thursday as well. We hope you join us tomorrow, and we wish you the best of luck in this finale, just 1 minute away. Approaching the starting gate, less than 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th and final, ready to close out day number 39 of the season. Back at it tomorrow, a Friday card. 9 races set to go tomorrow. Field of 11 here in the finale at 5/8 of a mile on the main track. Rare distance here at Tampa Bay Downs, at least for this surface. A couple of 2-to-1 shots right now. Numbers 5 and 8, your co-favorites. 5-to-1 on the number 2 Neo Zapper as Watto Wave, the 57-to-1 first-time starter, goes in. One Last Bullet to the outside, 6-to-1, your fourth choice right now. Here's My Boy Star, one of the favorites, coming up to gate 8. Mendieta Barnes been on a good little roll lately. Trouble on the Green, Israel Rodriguez for Anthony Granitz to gate 3. Here's Beach Beamer to the 9th stall. Beau Cheval coming up. Unwritten Rule. The final two going to be Relentless Passion and One Last Bullet. We'll be all set for a start, ready to close the show here on a Thursday. One Last Bullet coming up. One Last Bullet going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for Trouble on the Green in the yellow and green colors. Unwritten Rule was showing good speed. Then comes Oxplexity down toward the inside. My Boy Stars up on the early gallop at fourth in that bright pink cap. Then comes One Last Bullet from the far outside. Watto Wave makes some ground in the orange colors toward the inside. Then comes Neo Zapper. Beach Beamers running back in seventh. It's about two or three more then. Back to Relentless Passion. The two at the back, Leo Q and Beau Cheval. Around that turn they roll. Down on the inside, Oxplexity. Trouble on the Green, 2 deep. 3 deep, Unwritten Rule. My Boy Star, 4 deep. Just in behind them, Neo Zapper. Watto Wave looks to have a little bit of horse. One Last Bullet's on the outside. 22.44 seconds the opening quarter mile. They come into the stretch. Unwritten Rule between horses narrowly in front of My Boy Star. Battling on is Trouble on the Green. Watto Wave is fourth just in behind them as they have a final furlong left to go. Unwritten Rule, Trouble on the Green. These two have separated now from My Boy Star. It's Unwritten Rule and Sammy Camacho, the first time starter, going to win it here. Unwritten Rule at 5-2, won it by almost 2 in the end. Trouble on the Green was second. Third went to My Boy Star. Looks like Neo Zapper might have grabbed fourth from Watto Wave. Five, 3, 8, 2, and 7. 58.13 seconds the final time. It's been a very strong meet for the Tom Proctor barn along with Glen Hill Farm. And they team up with the firster here, Unwritten Rule. Unwritten Rule into the winner's circle. Debut winner here, 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by Justify out of Jewish Guilt. It's bred in Kentucky by the winning owners, Glen Hill Farm. Tom Proctor, the winning trainer, Sammy Camacho on board for the winning ride. Unwritten Rule, your 8th race winner. The exact 5 and 3, $42.30. Trifecta, $76.25. The dime super, $42.65. Late double, $64.60. Late pick 3, $388.90. Late pick 4, $3,016.75. Late pick 5, $19,310.20. The ultimate 6, 4 out of 6 get you $115.10. Dollar high 5, $3,673.80. Folks, that does wrap up live racing here for this Thursday here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us. Hope you make plans to join us tomorrow when live racing resumes for a Friday card. Simulcasting downstairs on the first floor. Of course, Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the third floor of our facility. Just a reminder, Festival Preview Day coming up on Saturday. Big 11 race card featuring the Suncoast Stakes and the Sam Davis. We'll have some of the top horses from the Derby and Oaks Trail coming through Oldsmar on Saturday. Some great stakes racing action on a really fantastic 11 race card assembled by our great race office. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow for a Friday. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.